Hello, welcome back to Rob's Gaming Table. I'm Mel, and today on the table, I'm going to be painting some more Oathsworn. Today, I'm going to be painting two of the characters, the Ranger and the Exile. If you missed it, I spent yesterday painting the Broodmother. If you're curious about that one, you can check the video description. There's a link to that paint stream. That was an epic, long paint stream, but it was a lot of fun. So if you want to check that out, you can check the video description for a link to that. Welcome everyone. Hello, hello. Larry, hi Mel. Hope you're having a fun day today. So far so good. We're about to get into painting some of the characters, which is exciting. These characters are super detailed. They're super nice. Reminds me a lot of the Descent minis. Very detailed, very light. I like them a lot. Excuse me. So super excited to get into that. TJ is asking, do we paint the Euthia miniatures? Yes, and Rob put a link to that in the chat if you're looking for that. I did paint, I don't remember if I painted all of the characters on stream, but I definitely did a couple streams, and Rob posted a link to that, so that's awesome. Oh, Larry's here. Okay, I thought because you posted that before, you were just kind of posting your comment to say, have a great day, but you're out of here, but you're here, so that's awesome. Looking forward to today. I am as well. Ninja Art, hello, hello. Okay, I think we'll get down to the table. I'll show you the two characters that we're going to be painting today. I'll also pull up some of the art that I'm kind of using as reference, and we can kind of get started because these are really detailed, and I really want to take my time. I really want to do a really good job. So let's get down to the table and look at the two miniatures that we're going to be painting today. I'm just going to put them on some bases, and I'll hold them up. So just to start, we did prime these in Army Painter Matte White, as well as, we did the matte black first. We did a Zenithal prime for these. So it's Army Painter Matte Black, followed by a from the top of Army Painter Matte White. So this is the Ranger. Super detailed, lots of vines and like, I guess vines, yeah, coming out of everywhere. So what I want to do is I kind of want to put a base color on her and then put some more detail, like keep bringing up those vines with different colors of greens. Excuse me. And then we have the Exile, kind of like a barbarian type character. So these are the two that we're going to be painting today. But I do have some art as well that we're following. So let me show you that so you kind of have an idea of some of the color scheme that we're looking at. Okay, so this is our Ranger. Again, very woodsy green, lots of green. So you can see like the skin is like a very pale, pale green. And then you see that buildup of greens in the vines, even in the hair, a couple different strands of green, maybe even a couple of browns or like a wood color. Her bow is made of wood. And then it looks like she has, I don't think that's on, maybe it is. We'll look closer under my magnifying glass to see that like yellowing between the bow. I'll see if that's there and I'll try to incorporate that as well. So that is our Ranger. And then this is what our Exile, like our barbarian. So he's just mainly some skin with a little bit of leather, some hide, some bone. So we're kind of, I'm even thinking I might be able to use some, I was thinking maybe some speed paints, but I think I have some barbarian colors that I might be able to use, and then some bone coming out of like where the horns are and even out of the arm. And then he just has the normal, you know, blade and wooden handles. So that's kind of the two that we're looking at painting today. So I'm thinking about starting with the Ranger, at least to get the base coat of her green, because I want to start building up that green. So I want to put the base coat of her green, then I want to let that dry so I can go back with some different color greens and then let those dry and so on. So I think we're going to start with that. Jack, hello. Oh yeah, so it's glowing amber on her bow and knife. Oh, is that glowing amber on her bow and knife, or is it wood? Second. I just want to. Jack says, I believe it is. So believe that that's wood. I'm just looking under to see. So in the sculpt, she doesn't have a knife attached like she does there. So I guess we don't have to worry even about that. And then the bow just looks like a normal bow. It doesn't, I maybe could put some of that, what looks like glowing amber, but yeah, there's definitely no knife on her. So that's fine. Look at her. Hello. Hello. Okay, so I'm just going to pull out some of my greens that I have. I'm going to use multiple greens on her, I think. So, but for her, I also am using the boards. So I'm just going to have these boards beside me so I can kind of use it as reference. Oh, it is amber. Okay, so I can put some amber between, if I hold her up, you can see, oops, sorry. You can see she doesn't have a knife attached to her. So there's no knife that we're going to do, but I can do some of the amber, kind of like where her hand's gripping in between there, or even like in between some of these spots. We can do some amber color there. So, so again, yeah, sorry, I am using the boards as reference, which I'll just kind of have to the side to reference. So we're looking at a bunch of different greens. And right now I'm going to look for my palest green, I think. I might even have to mix some white into it, or even some cream color into it, because even my palest green is going to be, I think, too. So the palest green I think that I have is Necrotic Flesh. This is my, well, I guess then we kind of go into the scale height. So I think I'm going to use this Necrotic Flesh. Oh, like hardened tree sap. Maybe there's some dino DNA in that amber. Okay, I'm going to use my wet palette, which I set up this morning, so it's all good. Especially because we're going to have to paint her, and then we may need to touch up, and then more green colors. So it'll be nice that this will all hopefully stay wet for our entire stream. Or like Keyforge Amber. Yeah, I'm thinking I could probably mix some like yellows and bright yellows and oranges that I have to make some sort of ambery color and put that in there, which will look nice. Especially will break up a lot of that green as well. Okay. So let's start with okay, so I'm just starting with a number 1. Set up here, sorry. Okay. And I'm not going to do the pieces that are around her arms or around her legs. I'm going to do all of the exposed flesh. And on her body, she does have a whole bunch of vines, but what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to do this green covering her whole body, and then I'll be able to kind of build up those vines separately, and then I don't have to try to worry about being super precise. So I don't think I need to add any white to this. Maybe I should though, so then I can also use maybe just a tiny, tiny bit. So then I can use this as a secondary green color in some areas. I just want it to be very, very, very light. Just adding a little bit of the matte white. almost like a tinted white color, so that it's super light. Keith, thank you so much. This is a great job painting, Mel. Thank you, Keith. Thank you. So much appreciate that. Thank you. I haven't even started. The Brood Mother was fun though. That was a fun stream. It was long, but very fun. Okay, here we go. I also don't want it to be super thick. I would rather do a couple more thin layers than thick. I'm gonna add a tiny bit of water. Just whatever's left on my brush. Because I want it to kind of like run and fill in. And if I have to do additional layers, that is better. Oh, you watched Brood Mother yesterday. I wish I could paint as that well. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that was fun. I am super happy with the way it turned out. This is not really sticking very well. Might be too wet. Okay, I'm gonna add just a little bit more because it's maybe too wet, too thin down. I'm gonna get a smaller brush. I think a little bit too much paint is absorbing into that one. I'm just going to use a 2-0. I'm just kind of looking as well. I like to honestly stare at the mini for a few minutes before I even start to see where things start, where things end, what colors I may want to do something. So in the center, it might be hard to see, but in the center, she has something here, which almost, it's not like a belt, but it is kind of attaching the cloth that she has going around her waist. So I might do something like that with with a wood color to break up some of these greens that we have. And then I might do some other pieces in other greens, again, just to break up and have different colored greens going on. Okay, I'm going to use the same color on the face. I'm just going to try to go between some of the hair. Do the hair in darker green. Getting the ears. Beetles, hello. How are you doing today? And then the same green will go down the back. Oh, you're doing well. That's awesome. Okay, I'm just gonna hold it at a strange angle to try to get this shoulder. And I'm gonna go over that again with the same color with another thin coat. I'm gonna hold it upside down because I just want to see where all of these pieces, like I can kind of try to get my brush in some of these gaps. And then the same green is going to go across the arm, but avoiding the shoulders and the piece that's wrapped around the arm or around the wrist. And then just do her fingers. clean up the bow after, so that's fine. Okay. We got one side of her kind of done. We'll do the same on the other arm. And again, I'll go over this again, but we can already see through this color that the vines are peeking through. And what I'll do is go over those with different greens to kind of pull some of those out. Trying to see how I get my brush in here, sorry. Some tight squeezes in here. All right. Cabra, hello. Are those primed as well? We usually don't bother, but I'm sure it'd help. They are primed. They are primed in first with the Army Painter matte black, and then with Army Painter matte white on top of that, just to kind of create some shadows. Okay, and then just her fingers on this hand. Oh, double prime, yes. Yes, they are double primed. We don't do that with all of them, but we do for some. depending on kind of how I'm going to try to paint them. I'm really worried about that. Oh, Scarborough says my paint level is about 2.3 out of 10. Oh, I'm sure it's not. Oki says that's triple his. I'm sure it's not. Anything's better than gray plastic. And then I'm just going to do a little bit, I'm just going to add a little bit more white to my wet palette, but I'm just going to do the same thing now on the legs, just avoiding where she has not necessarily armor pieces, but I think I'm going to paint them more like a darker green or like a tree piece. I'm going to Matthew, hello. Good morning. How was your game night last night? Vabunk, welcome. Thank you for subscribing. Welcome, welcome. Oh, you had fun. That's awesome. That's awesome. Again, I'm going to do some second coats on some of these areas where I'm seeing a little bit of bleed through or just not covering as I would hope. Let's just do her last foot with this. Okay, so this is our first layer. This is our first layer of my lightest green that I have. Ooh, okay, there we go. Again, I want to do a second coat on some areas, but I think that I like the color of this green so far. So while this is drying, because I want this to fully dry before I do another coat on it, and then before I start adding some of the vines, I'm gonna start the base of him as well. So for the skin, I actually have, so to me, he's kind of like a barbarian, right? Like that's like what I see. It's like frontline run into the mix. So I'm going to, for all of his flesh, I'm going to use this barbarian flesh. I'm going to clean as I go today because yesterday I was losing my mind, forgetting where I put everything. So we have barbarian flesh. She's still drying. I'll put her just kind of off to the side over here. And then I'm just going to add a tiny bit of water. Matthew says, I'm really good at putting paint on the palette, but I struggle with the mini as well. Well, getting paint onto the mini. Like I said, I will look at a mini for a few minutes before I even start. Like a process of watching videos. If other people have painted it, I like to just see how other people did, what colors they used, any techniques. And then I like to look at photos, reference photos. I like to look at all the art from the game that is available for that miniature. I like to then go on like social media and stuff and see if there's, I think it's this one. Any social media pictures, just to kind of see what people did. And then even then I struggle. I think I get nervous too because I don't ever strip a mini. So if I'm not happy with it, it is what it is, right? It's like, oh, once I get started and I put some colors on, I'm kind of stuck with what I've chosen unless I want to paint over them. Dan, hi. Painting is like gaming. It's better to have a game plan. I agree. And that's why I think, like we were talking yesterday with the Broodmother painting video, like I stare at the mini and I'm looking at my paint colors of what color do I want to use and what's where, so I can kind of determine where things start, where things end. So I spend like half the time just looking at the mini before I even start painting it. And then even then, I've made mistakes. I've painted things, colors that after someone has said like, that wasn't what you thought it was. Oh, oops. Okay. Oh yeah, Matthew said that's a great point, Mel. Dan, maybe I'm not doing enough research. I mean, you can do as much as you want, research-wise. I'm just not creative. So again, I need to look at all of the reference material, all of the art that the designer of the game will give, other people's interpretations as well, and not necessarily to not to copy anybody's interpretation. I will definitely copy like art like this. That's for sure. Um, but I just like to get inspiration, right? Even like we were saying with the brood mother, people did so many different amazing things with that miniature, right? Some people took and made it look a little bit more of a blue rat. Some people made it like a little bit more of a purple undertone rat. Some people did a brown or a red or even like a black, like a gross like sewer rat. Um, Browns I saw, grays. Just gonna dab some paint in where the head connects. There's like a big gap there, which might look strange, but okay. Arm is fully covered on this side. Looks like it's fully covered on that side as well, but we just got some hands exposed here at the bottom. Dances like Mel admitted yesterday, I'm not very creative from scratch. I'm not at all, yeah. I would rather take an artist rendering and make it more of a paint by numbers. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I think as well. Um, give me the art from the game, and I will, as best I can, recreate that with the colors and the paints that I own, with maybe like a little bit of interpretation on some things. Like sometimes you can't see the full art, right? You can only see half. So, okay, maybe I take creative liberty in like what color their pants might be or the bottom of a skirt might be. Sure. Also, too, I do like to kind of, as like Dan says, like paint by numbers for some, almost all things, because of playing on stream. It just makes it so much easier for you guys to be able to see and know what things are. If I painted them kind of like all wacky, there may be questions of like, who is that? Or what miniature is that? Or what boss is that? Especially when there's multiple things on the table at the same time, it may be hard to see. But if I paint it kind of what the art was going for, then it's easier in those cases for people to be able to tell what's going on. And then I don't have to interpret anything. I just paint by number. I'm going to put these in front here, not off to the side. Let's see. Locator says, even seeing how a color scheme or technique works, a different mini can help. Like the reference shots I sent you. Yes, I did look at that. Yeah. Even like using those same colors on a different mini, right? Or looking at as Locator. So I was doing the tail of the brood mother, and we were using some different color washes, and even seeing how that effect looked on a different mini is helpful. Not even necessarily the very same mini that I was trying to paint, which is cool. Lisa, hello, hello. How you doing? The minis are so detailed on this game. They will look gorgeous with your. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. They are definitely super detailed. They're definitely really nice. They're super light, especially compared to holding that brood mother all stream yesterday in my hand like this, or like, oops, in all different variations. These are super light and super nice now. But yeah, very detailed, very detailed. I'm excited to try to make them look awesome. I'm gonna get into these little like cracks and crevices. Okay. I'm gonna do the same. I'm gonna do a second coat of the flesh on him as well. We can see obviously through the legs. We can see obviously where it was a darker tone, right? Where the zenithal, like the face, you can see is a lot more covered, where you can still see some of the black through the legs. So we're going to go through that again once that dries. All right, so we have our Ranger again, who is dried now. So I'm going to do another coat on her. And I don't think I'll need to do an entire coat on her entire body, just where I can see some, where I can see that it's not fully covered, where I can see too much of the dark through. Also, if I missed anything in the first pass, I'll be able to fix that up now as well. Oops. Again, just filling in any gaps or anywhere where it didn't give like a solid coverage. We can then start building up some other greens on top of that. Okay, just about done here. And then just the back of this hand. Okay. We have a second coat in most areas of this very, very light green. So once this dries, we can start adding some other greens on top of that. I really like this color, actually. Yeah, I really like that color. Okay. We're gonna do our quick second pass on him as well. Especially in the legs where we're seeing that dark through. Dark through. looking at the legs and I may need one more thin pass on them. But I'll see when they dry. I'm also going to throw a wash on them to pull out the leg muscles. So that might be enough. It is still weird here. I'm seeing that because of the detachable head, there is the gap there. I guess I can just kind of try to fill it with some paint. I wonder what people are doing about those. Are you actually taking like putty or of some kind and filling them? Or if you're not removing any of the features? I don't know if I'll be able to show it on camera. Let's see. It might be hard to see. Move my hands out of the way so I can. Yeah, see, like in here, where there's that, I can't even point. Where there's like the gap. Hmm. Well, she doesn't have that. She must not have a removable head. Maybe they all don't. Not all of them do. Just put some paint in there so it's less obvious. I'm not good with color combinations, so I tried to watch how others have done the figures. Yeah, that's exactly. I'm the same. I'm not very creative unless I can paint by numbers. I like to do the same thing, kind of just see what kind of colors other people used. If I have something similar or I like the way they did something. The other thing too is I might take something from this, something from that, which I like, just to be able to have my own spin on it a little bit. Do one quick pass over the fingers as well. Okay. We've got most of the flesh done. Again, I may do one more just over the legs. See if I can even get it a little bit closer. You can see just a little bit of black through in some spots. All right. All right, I'm going to do, we're going back to our Ranger. I'm going to do some of her hair, again, because I want to maybe put a couple different strands of green in the hair. So I want to go another step up with the hair. I'm thinking about going with Trying to find some of my like brighter greens. And for the hair, I think I want her hair to be brighter. So I think I'm going to go with Goblin Green. Oh, maybe this one will not work like that. We got a clog. So there we go. So Goblin Green. And I'm just going to go through her hair with this Goblin Green color. And I think I like this colored green, so I think I'll use this a little bit in some of the vines as well. Not that good. Let's try this one. I like this one. This is my 2 brush. Ooh, 2 brush. Ah. Oh, you enjoyed the ratty experience yesterday. Been painting my own day. Awesome. You have the armory with my set. So I will have to paint all the weapon options and arms, etc. at the same time as my minis. Oh, that's a lot. I don't know how many pieces come in the armory kit. But yeah, you'd probably want to paint them at the same time, right? So that they all kind of match. Wow. Yeah, we didn't do the armory set. Don't really care about changing out our weapons. I think also too, when Rob and I play games, we kind of just find our weapons that we like and we kind of stick with them, right? We don't really change unless we find something that's like so much better than what we're using. We don't usually change our weapons. Like we find a bow or we find some sort of dual wield hammer or something. We just kind of roll with it. But it's a cool idea that they did that. Siri, how's it going? It's not that easy to keep weapons in Oathsworn. Oh, well, that sucks. Change the way we play then. Oh, you may find you'll be swapping weapons a lot. Okay, so don't get attached is what you're saying. Don't get attached to our weapons. Got it. Okay. I'm going to do a second pass on the hair as well. But I like the color of this hair. I'm even thinking that she has some vines on her face. I'm thinking that I'm going to take the skin color that I used, like the flesh color that I used for her, the green, and then mix it and lighten it with that color that I used on the hair to have it kind of pulling from the face that color. So I'm just going to let that, oh, I just missed a tiny spot behind one of the ears. How the heck do I get back there? Okay. Just kind of looking. Okay. I'm going to continue on her for a little bit longer. I'm going to take a brown. I would like to do the bow. For the bow, I'm going to use oak brown. It's like coming from a tree. Because then we'll do some of that amber color that's inside. when that dries. I'm going to use this same brown as well on the quiver that's holding the arrows in the back. So we'll do that on the bow and the quiver. And I think I'm going to use probably a different brown or a lighter brown or something to do this tree log that she's standing on later. Okay. Got our bow done. We'll do the quiver on the back. Keeping a backpack full of a variety of gear is essential. Okay, Jack, these are tips I need to remember. Thank you, thank you. We'll watch the rest of this later, dinner time now. No problem, no problem. See you later. Thank you for stopping in. I have to admit, this one I was a little bit nervous about. Like this tree woman. So far, it's okay. Gotta get a smaller brush to get in behind. That is too much paint. To make a few touch-ups. That's fine. Did somebody say hoard the loot? Yeah. Jack was saying that we need to keep a backpack full because we may not be able to just use the same loot the whole game. All right. I'm just gonna let that dry, and then I have a few touch-ups I need to make where I touch the brown in areas I didn't want it to go. So we'll let that dry up. I'm also going to go one more pass on the hair so that it fully fills in all of the crevices and between each strand. Oh, I almost put that in the wrong color. Okay. And then I'm just going to do the top of the head as well. Okay. Starting to make some progress here. Okay. While the top of, actually I'm going to add a little bit more, and then while the top of the head is wet, I'm going to just blend a little bit into that so that it's not such a harsh line. I'm just kind of going all around. So I'm going to go back with a smaller brush to the flesh color that we used, the green and the white mixed together. I'm just taking a little bit and I'm just going to kind of like blend them together a little bit. Yeah. 494 items to collect? Holy. Almost got the look I'm going for here. And take a little bit now of both colors. I don't need a lot. Just kind of mix them together. Just for one last kind of like transition color. I've kind of just blended, which still kind of wet, so it might be hard to see, but just tried to blend the hair into so it's not such a straight line going across. It just kind of like blends the colors together into the hair. All right. Still gonna wait a minute on some of those touch-ups because that brown is still wet. Okay, next I think I'm gonna work on the armor, but not really armor. It's like pieces that are coming, that are attached to her shoulders and arms, which are more of like a grass green. We'll try to highlight those up after we wash them later. So let's go for those. I'm gonna go with this green skin, kind of like a grass color. Green's out. Okay, and I'm going to use this green skin, which is a little bit darker than the color from the hair, which is perfect. You know what I want to do actually? I'm just going to add just a tiny bit of brown to it, just to darken it a little bit. And then after we put a wash on, we can put some lighter areas to lighten it up. That's perfect.
Sorry, ma'am, you have a delivery.
Oh,
here you go.
Thank you, thank you. Oh, look at this. I'm just gonna open it so that it doesn't blast you guys.
Well, you can open the plastic from the bottom, but this is
Oh.
string, so you might need to cut.
Yep.
I don't know if it'll fly out.
warm from being outside. Okay. Delivery time. So I got a new set. Oh, this is whatever. A new set of brushes from Amazon delivered today. So again, I like the sets that go from like 5.0 to somewhere, or like 8 is good, but I like the ones kind of in this set here from 5.0 to 2. I think the 7 and 8s and that are going to be really good if for painting some of the bigger bosses. But I needed some more with finer points. I wasn't 100% taking care of my brushes properly in the beginning, so I ruined some of them. So we're going to get to use some new brushes, especially for doing some detail, having some of these nice fine points. And then I'm going to take care of these so that I don't ruin them and I don't need to get new brushes right away. So yeah, let's get a new one out right now. Thank you to the delivery person for bringing those today. All right, so let's get the 2. I think these will come out. Yep. Nice new brush. All right. Okay, so I mixed a little bit of the brown into this green. Yeah, it can't beat the value. You're right. The brushes are $19.99 on Amazon. You get what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 of them for $19, $20. It's a good deal, I think. And then if you do ruin some of them, or some of them you're using for metallics, I now have older brushes that I can use for metallics now that I have some that are not new. Yeah, good. It's definitely a decent value. You can then purchase new ones when you ruin them. Oh, Jerry's using the same brushes. Nice, nice. These are I had another set. Oh, no, this is different than the ones I had before. I've had like 3 different sets. The first set I totally ruined completely because I didn't know at all how to take care of them. And then the second set, just over time. And then some of them, I'm not sure if these pieces that come on top, the plastic that kind of protects the brush, sometimes in the factory they're put on where some of the bristles kind of just fray and then it just ruins them. I try to pluck some of those ones out, but that was good timing because I'll be able to use that 0.5 nice and pointed tip for some of the detailed vines on her. Okay. Trying to get okay, and then we're just gonna go nice and close to the edge here. So she doesn't have a shoulder pad on this one, on this side, so we'll move to the other side. And again, I'm going to do both the shoulder and wrist guard the same. All right. I'm gonna do a little bit along the edge on this side I missed. Okay, I'm going to get a smaller brush to do the edges because I'm already touching. I'm going to go with the 2-0. Just to do some of the edge cleanup here. So I am going to just now tidy up some of those, especially where I touched on the back. Going back to our main color of green and white mixture. And just kind of fixing those. Okay. I think that should have been the green. Okay. Awesome. Next, I'm going to get a different green and we're going to do the cloth that's wrapping around the waist. So for that one, let's do let's use this angel green, almost like Christmas tree green, pine tree green. I'm going to use this for all of the cloth that's draping down. Almost look like leaves that are wrapping around the midsection. Oh, Yogi says, I went looking at a house yesterday, houses yesterday. That's awesome. Are you thinking of moving? You need a bigger area for your, um, oh, for more Oathsworn boxes. I see. You need more space. How did that go? Oops. Stupidly expensive and no builders. Oh, that's too bad. Nothing piqued your interest? Or nothing in your budget, I guess? Going again to the smaller one just for the edges. It was perfect house buying weather, 20 millimeters of rain, so perfect to look at walls and roof and gutters. Oh, that is true, actually. When it's raining, make sure there's no flooding that's happening, no leaks that are happening in a basement, no backyard flooding or areas that it's like water's pooling around your house. It's very true. I will definitely need to do a second coat of this green around some of these leaves just to fully cover over this where it's black. Gary says that's the expensive Oathsworn add-on, the buy a new house add-on. The fine print, they don't tell you. Okay. Kind of looking at what's going on. I'm going to get a smaller brush to go around the waist area. So they have to put away games after they're played at the moment, and Oathsworn actually puts away really nicely or really easily. Oh, that's good to know. I know when Rob was like shuffling all the decks and all of that, we were kind of like, oh, this is a lot. But it does have like the character save bags, I guess, which is helpful for cleaning up. And if all the cards are in those little storage boxes, not so bad. Yeah, Oathsworn, yeah, if it's anything like Gloomhaven, like we literally left it up. Not up, but we like had like a separate table that we just kind of moved everything to when we weren't playing it because there's so much. Now that I'm looking, remember we were talking about the knife that's attached. It does look like she does the knife with the amber that's attached to her. It does look like we have that on this side of her leg. Looks like there's a knife there. So not on the side that I thought it was on. So I will be able to do that amber glow there as well. Jack says, Oathsworn is really nice to put away. We caved and got the insert for Frosthaven, which miraculously is nearly finished being produced. That's awesome. I got the big box coming, the Drugnor one. Not sure how big they are. Oh yeah, that's another one, right? Another big one. So many games. Nowhere to put them. Okay. I was really nervous to paint this one, but I think it's coming along super cool looking. Like dripping here. I had, I guess, water on the brush or something. Here, I'll come back to that part. Okay. So then the centerpiece that's holding all of the leaves together, I'm going to use that same, oh, what did I use? Oak brown that we use for the bow and the quiver to hold that piece, to attach them together. Has some cleaning up to do around some of the edges, but I'll just let her kind of dry for a little bit, and then I'll go through and tighten up some of the edges and clean up any little areas that I got paint where I don't want. And then we'll be able to start adding some of the detail. This is kind of how she's looking. Again, I'm going to clean up some of the detail. This is kind of what we have so far. Can't wait till we start putting some vines along like the back and the chest. But yeah, definitely kind of cool. Okay, yeah. So I'm going to let her dry so that I can clean up some things first. We'll move back to our Exile. Switch my card here. Okay, so it looks like we got them horns coming out of the shoulders, also down here. So let's do that first. Let's do we'll do skeleton bone for all of those bones. Did you glue the parts? Yes, Rob glued all of the parts into the mini on Friday. So they won't fall out. Oops. This one's a very thick paint, so I'm going to add a little bit of water to this one, just a little tiny bit, but it's very, very thick, this one. Oh, Jack's still trying to figure out where to put his too many bones trope chest. Oh, that's the problem. Yep, that's huge. If you have a Kalox, it takes up like, I think, one full square. Okay. Sure, I don't have any more of the green in these two brushes. And I always have on hand, I always have these, we picked up a whole bunch of these little dropper bottles on Amazon. I think you get like 50 of them for super, super cheap. And I always have one of them filled with just water. So that once my water starts getting kind of gucky, which I do have 2 waters here, but I can add drops with just water. Yeah, because this one is like a very, very thick. Thick consistency until you add some water. Okay. Okay. I actually use a smaller one for this, might be easier. Just looking at the art. Not a bad thing. There's just so much detail on these minis. Like I could spend hours. I probably spend way more time than I should already, but I could spend even more time. Okay. I have to go over these bones again, at least in the midsection, to cover them a little bit more. Whoa. Okay, we'll go to the bones on the shoulders. Oh, it's a full face back there. That is cool. That is cool. Again, just trying to fill in some of these um, gaps where I think the pieces clipped in together. I guess that's the only problem with that when you're trying to paint it. Unless you're going to sit there and fill them all, which we did not. Yeah, I'll 100% have to go over these bones again color doesn't give great coverage, even over the areas primed in white. Let that bone dry a little bit before we do anything else with that. Just looking at the art for a second. Well, I'm looking at the art and it looks like actually I should have done skin here. Let me just fix that quickly as well. I didn't realize. Yep. And probably the same on the other side. Yep. Okay, that looks better. And then just while I have this on my brush, I'm just going to do just like around the knees. There was still a little bit of dark coming through, like the black from the primer. So I'm just going to cover that a little bit better. All right. I'm going to move on to the cape. So for the cape, I'm going to use leather brown for the actual cape part. And then around the cape, he has fur. So I'm going to use fur brown. This leather brown I may also use in other areas on the shoes or the boots or the handle of the axe or something too. So we'll see. Put a couple different browns out here and we'll go from there. Okay, so I'm going to do the fur first. Using the fur brown, just going over the fur areas. Christopher, hello. I was planning on just lurking, but the names of these paints are convenient. Still in awe with the skill. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, some of the names of the paint are pretty convenient, like fur brown and leather. For this one too, I think once we're putting some wash on and being able to blend and highlight some of this, we'll really be able to make the differences pop out. Especially like on some of the bone and some of the skin muscles. Okay. So the fur that's around cape. And then we'll go into the leather brown. And this will all go down the cape. Oh no, use the wrong color. Gonna I do that all the time when I use this wet palette. I forget where I am, what colors I'm working with, and then get my brush in the wrong one. I think we've saved it. Ryan, hey, how's it going? What brushes do I use? I actually just got this set today, delivered during my stream. This is the set, if I can, Golden Maple, and it's just a set from Amazon that comes with 0.5 to size 8. It's about $19.99 Canadian on Amazon. Nothing, I don't use anything special. I don't have any special fancy brushes, just whatever I found on Amazon. I wanted new ones just that held the tip a little bit better. Now knowing more on how to take care of brushes, I didn't always take care of them properly. I would leave them just sitting out if I, oh, I'm going to come back to it. And yeah, and then I wouldn't. And then they'd be sitting there for 2 days before I realized. I like them so far. So I've had 3 different sets. I've had 3 different sets, all kind of the same brand. I like these ones that have this little nub here. I drop my paintbrushes a lot if they don't have those. And I like this one, kind of has a grippy feel on it, where this last set that I had, very smooth. And again, I would drop them, but these have kind of like a grip or some sort of not necessarily grip, but like they're not smooth. They have something on them that makes it so I don't drop them as often. But I do like these little nubs that are on them. They don't come on a lot of the Army Painter ones or that's the only ones I have, just Army Painter. Or I just have a couple of these like random brushes. I don't even know where these are from. I don't even know. But yeah, these nubs I like because I get the indents in my finger. I mean, these still do that, but they're just more comfortable for me. But yeah, I definitely like them. I also don't feel so bad. So if I ruin one or accidentally, like I don't try to, but sometimes paint will get into up in here where it's not supposed to, and that will ruin the brush and make the bristles kind of like split. And I don't mean to do that, but then I don't feel as bad when the whole set only costs 20 bucks. And I can just pick up another one every couple months when some of them start to lose their shape. We were also reading that, which it now makes more sense. So I always see, I don't always see, but you sometimes see people like actually putting paintbrushes in their mouth, and the saliva actually holds the point better than water. So it's suggested that you wash the brush and then to shape it after it's clean, then use a little bit of saliva maybe on your fingers or put it in your mouth, whatever you want to do. After it's clean though, it doesn't have paint on it. People do it with paint on it, and that's just gross. And that should hold the tip better. So I'm going to try that with these ones that I just purchased and see what happens and how long I can get them to last. But yeah, I always saw people put the paintbrushes in their mouth and was like, what are they doing? But I guess it's better for the point. And I've also been trying to do it a little bit more in the last few streams as well, is rinsing my brush more. So even while using the same color, I'll just clean the brush so that the paint doesn't slowly migrate up into the I don't even know what it's called, but into this bezel part, I think is what it is. And keep it clean is also, I think, supposed to help. So I'm trying all of those things to see if I can make these brushes last a little bit longer. Over, and I think I'm kind of going over that now. Those are like the kind of tips that I'm learning. I don't have a brush soap in a pot. I have just like a liquid. It's like the pink soap, I think it's called. And I use that and I just put it in. I'm like, after I'm done with one of my little water cups, I'll put it in there, clean the brushes, rinse them under warm water, and go from there. But yeah, Yeah, Ryan, I was notorious too for getting paint all in here. You know why? Because I would mix. So then what I found was if I don't really use a lot of my big, huge brushes. So like in these sets, they come with, I can't even get it to go. They come with like 5, 6, and 7s that have very large bristles. So I'll use these for mixing, which is helpful. Then I don't get them into my, into the tips here. And then hopefully they'll last longer. If they are synthetic brushes, the tip usually bends. I don't know what these ones are. No flavor paint. I'm not putting paint in my mouth. No, no, no. No, no, no. I mean, there's enough things in our food that we eat. I don't need to add paint to that list as well. Those are some of the kind of things that I'm trying to do now. And now that I have this new set, I'm gonna see. We'll see how long I can make it last. But I don't feel as bad. I think since painting, I don't know how long. It's been maybe now 2 years, I think, because I started in the summer, not last year, I think the year before. So about 2 years now I've been painting, and this is the third, I want to say the third set that I've gotten. And some of them are like, I don't know if I have, like some of them are complete, oh, that's not even that one. Some of them are like terrible. Let's see if you can even see how, hold on. Actually, it's probably better if I, no, hold on. What am I doing here? I don't even know if you can see, like bristles are kind of like going everywhere. Anyways, those ones I can use a little bit for dry brushing if I need, or if I need to use for metallics or something. I just keep them in a cup off to the side. The thing I'm also trying to do is stand up my brushes to dry. So sometimes I notice when they're on the paper towel, one of the bristles may get caught in a weird, like it might like be poking a certain way, and then it'll dry that way, and then you can't get it to form again. So I've been trying to dry my paper, like putting my brushes after I wash them, putting them into some sort of cup, or even into my water cup, like standing up after I clean them all, so that they can dry like that. I don't know if that's the best way to do it, because water is probably gonna get in here, but I don't know. All right, sorry if this is a bad angle, just trying to get all behind the legs here in the cape. And yeah, brush care is something that I'm learning and trying to, I don't want to ever buy a nice expensive set until I learn to take care of the brushes I have properly and make them last. Then maybe I would invest, or, you know, ask for one for some sort of holiday or birthday or something. But I don't want to get one of them, spend, or have somebody spend a bunch of money on it, and then I just ruin them. So actually that cape on the back is pretty much dry. I'm just going to quickly go over it one more time. Now I don't usually prime too much with black, and I find that I need to go over things more. So I think that's the point, right? You do a couple more thin layers, which is fine, just takes a little bit longer. But I wanted to try that with these ones because I really wanted to take my time. I really wanted to pull out a lot of the detail. I really wanted like nice shadows, and I wanted them to look super awesome. Even though I don't know which ones we're playing on stream. I'm starting with the first 4, so painting these 2 first, and then painting the priest and the bear next. At least that will let Rob and I start playing off stream, try it, and then go from there. But I think we can mix and match, like mix and take characters out. So like on another stream later, if we started with 2 characters, I think we can swap them out. Okay, that's a little bit more solid. All right. So the oak brown that I have that I used for her bow, I'm going to use that for the handle of his axes, which I already have out. Okay. And then I'm going to use the same on the other axe. I don't get the paint to, sorry, I don't get the paint to the metal part. That's what they say ruins the brush. Yeah, the metallic little flakes that are in the metallic paint, I hear like they can get up in here and ruin the brush. Also too, if you're using any kind of metallic, you want to have a separate rinse cup as well. I did bring 2 down today in case I start using, which I think I will have to put a little bit of metal on him, especially for his arm, for his weapons, and then maybe a few like around the buckles. And the other thing is you don't want to put any kind of metal or metallics on a wet palette because it can get absorbed into the other paints. So you want to keep that separate as well. Okay. I'm going to use this Monster Brown for all of the wraps around the handle of the axes. And then we'll start using some of these browns, different browns for the shoe or boots and around the waist and the bags and stuff. Jack says, I would definitely recommend starting with those 4 characters, even for the full playthrough. First chapter is quite tough, so good character knowledge is helpful. You can swap characters whenever. Okay, that's helpful. Oops. All right. We got the handles done. Okay, so that same color that I used for the handles, the monster brown, I'm going to use that color around the fur of his boots, for both boots. And then it looks like he has knee pads that are actually, they almost, oh, maybe they are metal. Okay, so then we'll start doing some of the metal after. So I'm just going to put this over the fur of the boots. All right, we got one. Oh, Ryan ordered a set of those brushes, should be there Friday. Awesome, awesome. Let me know. I hope you enjoy them. You're just doing underneath. I'll try to get a brush in here and do all the fur that's behind the cape. And again, this doesn't have to be perfect because nobody's really looking back there. As long as it's not gray, we're good. Clean all that up around after all the edges when we do the next coat on whatever's below. All right, we have the fur going around. I'm going to use this leather brown that I already have on my palette, and I'm going to do the main part of the boots. Now there is some straps that will be metal, so we'll save that till when we do the metal, but we'll just do the leather part of the boots. Removing the hands would make painting, yeah, it's removing some of the pieces, like removing the big cape that's blocking, removing different areas definitely would be cool. But then, I don't know, I feel like that would also be hard to paint. Then you got to make sure that everything is goes back together properly. You don't put too much paint on like an arm if you were removing them and painting them, so then it doesn't fit back in the socket properly. Yeah, I do joke all the time that like being able to remove areas of the mini would make it easier to paint. For sure, especially when they have like these big capes on their back. And you're trying to get all back behind them. But I think kind of what I've learned is like if I can't get a paintbrush in there very easily, then people probably can't see it either. So as long as, you know, it doesn't have to be perfect back there, as long as there's no gray. So like the matchup might be like maybe the fur went too low or the boot part went too high back there. No one's going to be able to see it as long as there's no big gray patch. It's kind of like all I'm aiming for in areas that we can't really see anyways. I'd be curious if anybody actually took them apart to paint them. Yeah, then you have to paint everything separately at the same time, right? Yeah, Yogi, so that everything is the same colors. Like, I don't know. I feel like that would be more work. But I guess if you're just like sitting watching TV and painting, it doesn't really matter. And I'm sure some people are painting this like taking their time. They're not in a rush to play it. Maybe they're waiting for their game group or something to get together. Yogi says it would drive me more insane than I already am. Yeah, I think me too. And then trying to paint these little bits, right? Like, how are you hanging on to them? How do you set them down to dry? It would drive me crazy too. Like if you were able to like remove this piece, the skirt piece, to be able to paint the legs fully. That'd be nice. We're just gonna try to bend the brush up in there. Going back to that monster brown for one sec. I don't know if I can get in there. Okay, good enough for now. Yeah, I hate having to pass the brush in there too. And I think that's what sometimes messes up some of my brushes is trying to put it into weird positions and then um, and then some of the bristles bend and adding a little bit more of this barbarian flesh to my palette. I'm just gonna kind of clean up a little bit around the edges. Using the 2-0 again for that so that I can do some of just the edges. Okay, and then I'm just gonna quickly go back over this skin that I didn't realize was skin as well with the second coat. Okay. Okay. All right, I'm gonna get my, not really a clean, like a shiny metal. So I'm gonna go with plate mail metal. And I'm gonna use this. Haven't been here for a painting stream before, so do you do washes and all the extra stuff? I do. I do. Yes, we will put washes on. We will do highlights. I will try to do some like edge highlighting on some things too to like really make things stand out, which is kind of why I only am doing 2 characters today. I thought possibly I could get more done, but it's already what, like 1:45? Yeah, and I'm really just kind of taking my time with these ones and making them look like as awesome as I can. But yes, I will do washes and all of that. Okay, so I'm gonna get just one of my older brushes so that I don't ruin one of these. And I'm first just going to go over the 2 axes with this. Also, Ryan, glad you were able to catch one of the live painting ones if you've never been in one of these before. It's just very chill. Sometimes I'm super focused and I don't say anything for a while. Okay, one done. Oh, you love how chill it is. Awesome, awesome. Plus, you're kind of soft spoken, so almost like a ASMR. Oh, okay, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm much quieter than Rob, right? Yeah, people come in and say like, "Oh, it's just a nice chill stream," which is true. And other people say that they're painting at the same time, which is always so awesome. Yesterday I painted the brood mother, the rat, for this game. And it took like 7 hours, I think it was, to paint it. And I probably could have kept painting like after I finished the stream and I was kind of looking at it. I'm like, oh, I could have done some more detail like on the tail and highlighting some of the bone. It's okay. It's okay. All right. Clean that up. So far from 7 hours. Okay, that's good. That's good. I mean, like, I'm done by like 5 p.m. That's kind of good. It's like in my head. After that, it's like, I'm taking too long. Um, Much quieter than Rob. Yeah, that's true. I feel like now I should talk even quieter. I did have someone say one time that because I had been silent for so long, they tuned in. Like I hadn't said anything since they tuned in. So then when I started talking, like they thought it was their TV and they kept turning their TV up and like blew their ears out when I said something. All this metal, I am definitely going to put a dark wash on to like dirty it up because this barbarian is not supposed to have like nice shiny metal armor like a knight. I keep calling him barbarian. He's like an exile, but to me, I look at him and I see like barbarian type character. You could get one of those roaming microphones and go all booming wizard on us. No, 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 we won't do that. Oh, but Jerry says Rob is like ASMR too. You know what? I can fall asleep to Rob talking to. Like he does talk loud, but like if he's just reading something or talking and not like super animated, then he does have a nice like soothing voice. I wish he like would read a story to me or something to fall asleep. The brood mother looks amazing. Oh, thank you so much. You guys are so sweet. Thank you, thank you. It was so much fun. It was a little nerve-wracking, right? Because it's like a big miniature. There's so much detail. I It was the first one. I had painted like the little babies. It's the first one. Also, there's so much hype for the game. I'm like trying to do justice as well. So like the minis look awesome when we're playing and not like a child painted them. So I'm like putting like an unneeded pressure on myself. I'm gonna get one of my bigger paint brushes. What's that one that I was using? I'm gonna get this size, oh, size 2, and I'm gonna do all the metal that's around the boots area as well. We'll be nagging for Rob's story time now. Thanks, Ella. Rob is human melatonin. I mean, not always. Do you dirty up the armor to make it look beat up? Yes, Heather, that's exactly what I will do to make it so almost looks like when I look at it from afar on this picture, it almost looks like rock, right? But then when I was looking at its armor, but he doesn't have like the shiny knight type armor. He has more of like the dirty. I can still do some highlights like on some of the knees after I put the wash on to make some of them kind of stand out. But yeah, we're gonna like dirty it up, make it look like it's worn. He's been in battle. And to do that, I just use like a dark wash. Almost like a black wash. And it'll give it that worn effect. Like right now, I'll hold this up closer in a second. Again, mind you that we'll have to do some cleanup in some areas, but you'll be able to see that. I just don't want to have like shiny, how do I show you, like shiny knee pads or even like the boots. We want them to kind of have like a tinge of like darkness to them. Which I love the look of washes on metals. Also, the speed paint. Some of the speed paints look awesome over top of metals. Like the Gravelord Gray or the black. Look really nice over metals. Because you can kind of still see it through. And it looks awesome. He doesn't do his chores and clean his armor. Exactly. Yeah, shower hasn't been invented yet. Exactly. He's not showering in the middle of battle. He's all in. We're gonna put a wash over all of the skin as well, which will pop out some of the detail in the muscles. Also, I like the look of any kind of metallics over black versus over white. So if you are painting something, and then maybe just my preference, but if you're painting something that's majority metal or metallic, putting it over a black or very, very dark primer, I think is gives the best look. Okay. Pulling this out again for 1 second. So I think we have some armor. We have some metal on the buckles. It actually looks like this is brown, not metal. Okay, so that might be all. It looks like that strap probably should have been brown. That's fine. I can fix that later. Okay. So I will just do down the buckles fully with this metal. And then I'll be able to just go over that in a couple spots with brown later. Oh, it looks like there's also, I'm just going to get that. There's also a little bit of fur on the inside of the cape. Okay, just on that side. All right, and we're going to do the same down this side. Okay. Okay, so we're going to go back to our browns, it looks like, and our skeleton bone. So I'm just going to take a little bit more of that skeleton bone. And I just want to quickly go over that bone because it's not really solid. Very thick, this one. I'm not really going to, I'm just going to kind of try to mix it with what's already there. Okay. Okay. Kind of made it look a little bit more solid. We'll be able to put a wash on it to pull out some of that detail. I'm just going to do the top part of the bone as well. Okay. It's the same thing on the back, because if you can see that it's still showing that dark through. When I put that on, it's a little bit better on the front now. So we'll just fix that up as well on the back. Just a quick second coat. Also lets me clean up the edges from the fur. All right, that looks better. So the piece that's around his waist almost looks like it has like a reddy brown. And I think all I will do kind of looking, I think I've got all my browns out. I think what I'll do is I'll just add a little bit of red over here and I'll just pull that into one of them just to kind of give a little bit of a redder undertone. So I think we'll use the leather brown. No, that's not the brush I want to use for that. I'll just grab some of that. And I don't want it to be red, I just want it to be like a brownish red. There we go. Kind of almost looks like the fur color in the back, but hopefully it looks different enough. Okay. And try to slide the brush up here. Okay. I'll do this bag beside a different brown just so that it kind of stands out. Probably should have mixed some more if I'm going to do the whole around the waist the same color. Oh yeah, and seeing this beside the fur brown does look a little bit different. He's just use a smaller brush to get into those details as they get close to the edge. Oops. Ryan, hello. Loving your magnifier, Mel. Yeah, yes, it's definitely a huge help. I probably couldn't see half of these details as easily without it. It makes it so much easier to do eyes and tiny details when you can see them closer up. Okay. Tidy up the edges. Oh, look at under there. It's all getting there. We just need to do his arms and his bag. Let's do his bag, the dark oak brown that we did the handles with, because a lot of the browns that are in his clothing are the lighter browns or the more reddish browns. So this dark brown will just kind of break that up a little bit. Okay, and then I'm just gonna get the smaller brush to do around the edges. And I'm just gonna try to get my brush in this one little spot behind the cape. That's good enough. Okay. I think some washes also will help clean up some of the edges that are not perfect. And leather brown, just gonna go through the inside of this cape one more time. At least on the edges. I think we're solid on that. All right. We just have to do his arms. Oh, his hair as well. His hair is very dark. Okay. For his hair, I'm going to use this Necromancer's Cloak, which is almost like a very, very dark gray. Which will also darken up once we put a wash on it. Okay. And then I'm just going to try to get these few spots around the face. Hair is good. All right. So we just have to do his arms. Just looking quickly. It does look like this. It does look like on at least the top part by his shoulders is the metal. So we'll go back and add that in, which makes kind of sense that that's kind of protecting his arms. Whoops. Let's move that for 1 sec. That's on that side. And then now, sometimes when I start working through stuff, I see things that I didn't see before. It looks like this part is flesh. Like his elbow kind of is out. Okay. Elbows out. And then I'm going to go back and do the other side. Armor. It doesn't look like there's any arm exposed. Maybe just a little bit there. Brian says, I have a potential camera setup for you. I'll post a pic in Discord later. It attaches to the magnifier magnetically. Oh, yes, post a pic of that. That would be cool. And then there was a little bit of fur that I missed as well. So I'm just going to fill that in right up here. Okay. All right. And then around his arms is like a leather with some bone coming out of it. I'm going to use the leather brown. Find it. The leather brown. I'm going to put that underneath, and then I'll do some bone coming out the top. I'll do upside down for a second. And just fix up around the hand. Ah, that one is this. Okay. Now we just have to do the same thing on the other side with the leather underneath. Okay. And again, fix up the hand on this side. Okay. And I have to go over one more time over the handles with the oak brown. Look like it dried weird. Okay. So I'm just letting the leather that I did under dry before I do the little bit of bone on the top. And then other than that, like a few small details. And then this guy is good to start the washing and, oops, I can leave that on there. Start the washing and the highlighting on him and like all the other details that I want to do as well as the base. Okay. Bring her back out. Okay. So I just have to do around the legs for her with a green, and then I can start doing, oh, and then I guess I'll do those arrows in the back. And then I can start doing some of the detail as well on her. And I want to start putting some wash on her hair. I'm just going to quickly run to the washroom. I'm going to refill my drink, and then when we come back, we'll do the legs on her, some more detail, and then we can start also putting some washes and doing some highlights, and then we can start on their bases as well. So I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Charles, also, so thank you for subscribing while I was away. Thank you, thank you. Welcome. Okay. Going back to our Ranger. I want to use like a lighter color, I think, around the legs. And I'll also clean up some of that skin. So I will use the Goblin Green, and we'll put that just around the legs, which I do already have on my palette here. So I'm just going to use that just around the legs, these leaves, just for some different color variation in the greens. I also recently got a green wash, which I'm kind of curious and excited to try out over some of this green on this miniature. Smaller, again, brush for around the edges. Use the same on the other leg. And I'll just kind of tidy it all up. Now I'm going to just go back quickly to my green and white color that I mixed together for her skin. And I'm just going to fix up, like there's some areas where I made them like, ouch, where I went over too far. So I'll just kind of tidy that up. And at one point, this green kind of like ran, it was like a little bit watery and it kind of ran down the leg a little bit. So a little bit. And it doesn't have to be perfect, I feel like, because the greens are going to kind of blend into each other. Hopefully, we can get some of that happening. And then I just missed some of her leg back here. Trying to carefully okay. All right. And then very quickly, I'm going to just go over some of this dark green. That was the angel green that we used for the leaves that were around the waist. Just in some spots, I don't need to go over all of it, but just in some spots where the black is still kind of shining through or peeking through. Or in spots I missed altogether. Throw a little bit more of the matte white here because it's starting to dry up a little bit. Fix that up in a minute. And just a little bit more of that green, angel green. I don't think I put anything here because I don't see any paint here. I probably missed this spot. Maybe I was waiting for the quiver to dry. Okay. And her bow's on the back, or her arrows, sorry. Her arrows on the back of her. I want to do them in some sort of green. I'm going to fix where I... I love having... Well, that was probably not even the right color because that didn't match. I love having all my colors so that as I see little imperfections or areas that I maybe made a mistake, I can quickly fix them up. So I will do some sort of green. Let's go with... I'm going to go with a different green that I haven't used yet. I'm going to go with elf green. And that'll just be for the tops of the arrows. All right. Okay. And then her knife. So for the knife and inside the bow, we're looking at some sort of like amberish color, like a yellowy orange. So I'm going to take this demonic yellow and I'm going to use that first in there. I may add a little bit of orange, but because I probably need to do a coat or two, especially over some of the areas where it's brown. And I'm going to get just a tiny brush because I'm going to just put it in certain details. So we're going to use the 5-0 little tiny brush, and I'm just going to put it through some areas of the knife and the bow. So it just kind of looks like it's shining through. And there's like one here I want to just pluck out. It's just kind of glowing through. I'm just going to pick a couple random areas to add this in. I think I need to use the 3-0 because this one has a weird hair. I need to get tweezers and pluck out. Okay. A little bit around the hand, holding the bow. Philip says, have you and Rob decided who your main characters through the campaign are yet? We have not. We are painting, so I'm painting these two, and then I'm painting on Tuesday the war bear and the priest, because I'm just kind of painting them in complexity order. So we're just starting with those for now. And I don't necessarily know if that's who we're playing through the campaign with. That's just kind of who I'm starting to paint. And then Rob and I can try off stream. We can like practice, make sure we kind of know what we're doing. They may be the characters that we choose. I don't know. And then I'm just going to continue painting the other characters, and we're kind of just going to go by, we're just going to kind of go by what we feel like once we've actually started playing. I probably should have done. Need to grab a little bit of that metal. Just the tip of the knife. Actually, no, I should not. Let me let that dry. Looks like the tip of the knife is that yellow, not over here. Okay, that's good because, okay, let me just kind of fix this up here. Use probably a different color then. Use this one. And then we'll do the tip of the knife in that yellow, like amber color. Okay. Got the tip of the knife. I can do a second coat on it to really pop. I can add a little bit of orange as well. But I think what I want to do is start putting some wash on her. Then I can start, after the wash is dry, I can start going over some of those vines and darkening those areas with the vines. Now, what I want to do first, because I haven't used it yet, is I have a green wash. And I want to see how dark it is. I have two green washes. I have a green tone, and I have a military shader. So I want to try the green tone first. I have lots of green areas I can put that over. So I want to see also if I lighten it a little bit, what will happen, because I want to put it over the main flesh, but I don't want to darken the flesh. I could use a little bit of highlight later to bring that back to the color I want. But I just want to see first right out of the bottle. I'm going to put this on the hair. I want to see right out of the bottle like what this looks like and kind of go from there. Meet Me at the Table says, I like how much attention to detail you have. Oh, thank you so much. I know, I probably too much, the problem. Probably too much. Thank you, though. Okay. So right out of the bottle, I'm just going to put this through the hair. I just want to see what this is going to look like. Also, putting a little bit of water through this might give me the color that I want for the flesh, like for the green, because I don't necessarily want to change the body color too much. A little bit's fine, but I just want to still be a little bit careful. Okay, but right out of the bottle, I have to say I like this, at least for sure, over this lighter green that I'm using. It's filling in all of the strands of hair nicely. Okay, I do like this. So I'm thinking I might be able to try a little bit of water in it as well, just so it's even lighter. Because even putting it over where it kind of blended in the hair, it doesn't look like it's too much changing. I'll hold it up in one sec so you guys can see kind of how that like filled in all of, in between all of the strands of hair. It just kind of filled that in nicely. So that'll give some depth and shadow to that. Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna add, but I'm gonna do it in a separate well, just because I'm probably gonna use this straight green on some of the other green, but over here, I'm just gonna add a couple drops of just the green tone by itself, and I'm gonna add a little bit of water, which is just plain water, because I wanna lighten it. I don't wanna, so I'm doing like a 50-50 mix. Slop and drop here, thanks, Dan. This is just like a tinge if I mix it up and kind of pull it up the well, which I like to do to see how green it is. I think this is good. All right. Okay, so let's show you there what we got. So it is filling in a little bit and it's not really changing the color. Again, it's just gonna bring out some of those details in the vines, which we're gonna bring out further after this dries. So I think this is good. I think this is good. And even now from further away, you can see those details better. It does kind of make them pop a little bit. Probably could have done a little less water, but I think it's still fine. Still fine. I'm definitely happy. I didn't want it to change the color, but I did want it to give some detail and fill in some of the recesses and blend together with the other greens that we have going on. I'm just running through this through all of the green fleshy color that we have. You definitely probably could have done maybe just one drop of water and still got the same effect. But I think this is good. I might do, actually, just adding, yeah, I just added a little more green from, yeah, okay, that's a little bit better. I added a little bit more green. And like I always say, like I kind of just play with things. I don't really have a method to my madness. I just play with it till it looks kind of like what I'm thinking I want. Which is one of the things I love about painting. It's like you don't have to be precise. Just kind of play. You're like, oh, that's not light enough. Add more. Or if that's too dark, add something to light it down. So made it a little less watery, which is good. All right. We're going to let her dry like this for now. And then we're going to go through and we're going to pop some of those vines out and even maybe dry brush some. I'm going to go back over the yellow a little bit. But what I'm going to do while I'm waiting for the skin is I'm just going to go with that solid green tone right out. And I'm just going to go over all of the green, like the shoulder pads, the arm pieces, all of this, just to pop out some detail. Any spillover is fine. So yeah, I have to say I do like this green. So that's perfect. I've tried, I'd used the red yesterday. I really like that. I think I just haven't used the blue and I haven't used the purple. Oh, I used a little bit of the purple, I think, yesterday. I just really haven't used the blue. Maybe we'll have a chance to do that in painting one of the other characters. Okay. I'm adding just a little bit more to the hair because I really want this to fill in like all of the strands of hair. I'm just gonna add a little more to the bottom. Okay, and then I'm just gonna go around and clean up anywhere that I think is some pooling that I don't necessarily love or where there's excess wash. Okay. All right, while I have this going, I'm gonna take a strong tone brown wash and I'm gonna put this over the bow and the quiver in the back. It's not the brush I want. The good thing too about washes is like you can build up washes. So after it dries, you can put wash over something again, darken it or shadow it a little bit more. need to fix the hand though. When we're doing some highlighting, I'll fix that. A little bit of wash in this center spot. And then all right. So I think she's all washed up. I don't know if I did this part here. Doesn't look like I did. She's all washed up. So I'm gonna let her dry next before we start adding a little bit more detail to her. So this is what she looks like just with the paint and then some wash. But there's still definitely more details. I have to hold this straighter. There we go. There's definitely some more details that I want to pull out once she is dry. And then we'll do some work on the base, like the tree trunk that she's standing on, and go from there. So I'm just going to let her dry for a minute and go back to our other friend. Grabbing my card again. All right. Add a few more small details on him before we start adding a wash. For the bone that is on top of the wrist, I'm actually going, oh, not that one. I'm actually going to use Corpse Pale. It's a little bit of a different color than the skeleton bone that we put on some of the bone area because I'm not really loving the way that turned out. The Corpse Pale is very much still like a cream color, so it's still very much like a bone, but I'm going to put that on this bone area just because I like this color better, I think, than the skeleton bone. Goes on nicer. Still looks like bone, and especially when you put a brown wash over it, still looks great. Which I may even do one final coat over the bone with this color because I don't love the way that's looking. I'm gonna break that bow if I keep doing that. I just like the way this color goes on, and as you can see, like it's very similar color to that skeleton bone, but I just find it's a little bit nicer. I think he's going to come together really nicely too once we start putting brown washes all over him and picking out some of that details. Sajat, hello. Oh, no rats today. No rats today. Rats are done. Wrong side. Just dropping a like, hi Mel, and say hi to Rob for me. Cheers. No problem. I will definitely do that. Thank you so much for coming in and dropping a like. Very much appreciated. Have a wonderful evening. There's a little bit of fur around this one as well, not the other one. So I'll just quickly add that after I'm done. Okay, letting that dry for a second. I am just going to quickly go over these bones with this corpse pail, just because, again, I'm not loving the way that looks. Definitely much happier with that. I don't even know if it's noticeable, but I like that better for sure. Okay. Oh, Jerry, good night. Yes, 3 a.m. Gonna finish the minis when I wake up. Oh, Jerry, thank you so much for hanging out. Have a good sleep. 3 a.m. again. Jeez. A smaller brush to. Okay. And then just the last bone on this side. All right. So I only have a very few small details. I just need to do the straps on the axes and around the bone. And then I'm going to wait until after I've done a wash to do a few of the details on the belt. And then I'm just going to, just the right color, I think it is. Clean up some of the edges. Okay, and then the fur that's around this one is just a little bit. We're just using that same fur brown that we put around the cape. Okay. And then going around the straps, I'm going to pick the oak brown, the darkest brown that I have. And that's just going to go around the bone and the axe. And I probably should use a small brush. Okay. And then the same, just the around the axe here. was not very delicate at all with that, but I will clean that up after. Okay. Oops. Right. Need to fix that up for sure. All right. So he's done. We're just waiting for a few small things to dry so we can do a wash. So let's go back to our Ranger. It's looking good. So now the idea I have is on her upper half, I'm going to do a second coat of wash on the face and the chest area and the back, not on the arms and the legs. And this is just going to be the straight green wash right out of the bottle. And I'm just doing this because I want to be able to add a little bit of highlight with the color that we painted her skin with. I'm just adding a little bit more wash to darken some areas a little bit more, and then we'll use a highlight to kind of bring some of that out more. And again, this is just helping to pop out the vines that are on her chest and back. Yeah, maybe I'll put it on the arms. What the heck, we'll do the legs too. All right. Just collect. I'm going to clean up some pooling areas. Okay, so now this is kind of what she's looking like after the second wash. Okay, so while that's drying, I'm gonna work a little bit on her base, as well as maybe a little bit on his base as well, so that they'll be ready to go for a wash on them as well, or a dry brush. So I think for her base, I'm looking at it and it looks like she's standing on, oops, sorry, it looks like she's standing on a tree branch of some kind. So I'm going to use the dark, or the oak brown. I think I have some of it. I'll just add a little bit more. We'll add the oak brown, and that's what we'll put down for the tree branch. And then we'll put some grass and vine beside that. I'm just going to go through and just paint the whole tree branch. After this tree is dry, I want to kind of do some wash of like some greens, like make it like a mossy look. I thought about doing the whole base in the green, but I think because she's green, I want to kind of break that up by making her standing on this tree branch with some greens that I will dry brush on. I thought that might look good and break up some of the greens and make her kind of stand out on this base. I don't need this one. Oh, dropping them. Move them up higher so I don't knock them over. Okay. Okay, so that is the tree branch that she is standing on. I'm going to let this dry up now. We're going to keep kind of like jumping back and forth as things are drying, and we're working on some more of the details. So we're going to go back to our barbarian while her tree branch is drying, and the second wash of the green that we put on. And we're going to start putting some washes on him. For him, we're going to use a lot more of the brown washes. So I already have strong tone in here, which I definitely will use. I think I might also need the flesh or soft. Let's start with flesh. That will go over all of the skin. So we'll use the flesh wash on all of the skin. I'm gonna kind of use this like this so that I can kind of see what washes are in what wells as I'm using some of these browns, because I'm gonna get lost. All right. So we're gonna use flesh, and I'm gonna just put this flesh wash over all of the exposed skin. I feel like I probably should put a little bit of a pink tongue or something in the mouth, because the mouth is just open, so I should add something in there, which I can do. Yeah. Much. He even has some like scars on his legs. Just adding that wash, even from a distance, you can now see some of those muscles popping out. You can see like more of the features in the face. Oh, looks like I missed a section back here. I probably meant to go back to it and didn't. I should have done a look around before I started adding the washes to just kind of tidy up some things, but that's okay. Back to those. Like a little piece on the neck as well that I need to fix, I think. Like under this neck. There we go. All right. Back to where we were. Okay, so the flesh minus those little elbows that I just kind of cleaned up. We'll just leave that for a minute. So now I'm going to move on to different browns. We have a whole bunch of different browns. So I'm going to use the soft tone. I'm going to use that for all of the bone. That's going to fill in all of the recesses. There's way too much in there, but I will fix that up after. I'm just kind of overloading it for now. We'll kind of push it around and gather the excess in a sec. So that helps to be able to see all the different bones that are on there versus that one. Okay. And then the bones in the center. I'm just going to put this right over those leather straps. It's fine. Doesn't need to be a darker wash or anything. Okay. And the bone on the back, or the skull on the back. Okay. Next, I'm going to use a dark tone. So this is almost like a black wash. And I'm going to use this over all of the metal and the weapons. Okay, and then just down the buckles at the front. Judith, hello. Just popping in and say hello. Hello, how are you? Okay. And then that is good. Okay. Just quickly look around. I can probably clean up some of this. A little much. I do like though how the wash can kind of fill in some of the gaps if things weren't painted 100% correctly. That's supposed to be some hair. I think so. Just fix this little piece right here. All right, next we're gonna go for the fur. For the fur, we're gonna go with a mild brown. I am doing well, yes, thank you. Oh, I just finished checking out the rat painting video. Great job. Thank you so much. That was a lot of fun. Thank you. This is mild brown. I'm going to use this for all the fur. Okay, and then there was fur around the boots. Okay, and then there was a little bit of fur around one of the arms, right up here. Okay, going back quickly now and adding that flesh wash to those elbows that I fixed up. That is all dry now. Okay, and then just adding mild brown again to the handles of the weapons. Oh, and I also think I didn't do the dark tone on the weapon, so I'll do that next too. Go back and add the dark tone just over our weapons. Okay. So we're just going to use the mild, just going to add a little bit more to my well. And I'm going to use that around all of the fabric around the waist, which is like a similar color to the fur. And then I'm going to go back to the strong tone and I'm going to do all of the darker browns. So around the cape, the boots, the under the arms with that one. Okay, and then just around the arms. And the boots. A couple areas up, under, and behind the mini that I cannot get to, but it's totally fine. I can't get to them with my brush, so. And the last thing I'm going to do is just throw a quick dark tone wash over the hair. Look around, I think we got everything. All right, so I'll do a quick view like this. There's a few things, few details that I would like to pop out, buckles and all of that. And I'm gonna put a little bit of pink inside the mouth as well, because there's nothing going on in there, or like a little bit of a lighter tone than the skin or something. And then I'll just clean up a little bit also, and maybe add a little bit of detail to like the muscles. Okay. That brown is dry from her, so I'm gonna just quickly add the angel green. I'm gonna add this color around the base, around the tree. I don't want to move this because I have all my washes kind of laid out. Just And I'm just going to kind of throw this in. All around the tree base. All right, we need to add a little bit more of this in some areas where it's kind of not covering all the way, but we'll leave that like that. Perfect. So then it'll look like the grass into the tree and then to her, I think is awesome. So I'm going to add a little bit of detail now on her. So I'm going to take my smallest brush, which is my 3-0, because my 5-0 has like one little hair that I need to pluck out of it. So 3-0. And I'm going to start adding some colors with the different, some of the greens into the vines that are on the chest and back. I'm taking just like a tiny bit of paint and almost like trying to use the side of my brush and like just kind of like dry brush it on a little bit so that it'll just kind of cover some of those vines. I'm going to move on to the next color and do a couple with this color. Okay. So this is kind of what it's looking like so far, adding some of the vine detail and just adding some more of the greens over top. I'm going to do a little bit of this to the face as well. And the vine down the back, I'm going to use this dark green. If Oathsworn didn't exist, what would be the next game you can't wait to get to your table? That's an interesting question. That is an interesting question. What game would I pick? I'm excited about a few. Like, I'm excited to play Radlands. What else am I excited to play? I've actually been really enjoying Massive Darkness 2. I think that would be. I'm excited for Radlands. Yeah. And I'm just kind of taking some of the base color before the wash. And I'm going to just kind of in some small areas brighten up. Get my point back. I'm just kind of highlighting and trying to bring back some of the color in some areas where it would be a little bit brighter. Okay, now I'm going to take some of the darkest green I have, and I'm just going to do a couple streaks through the hair. Like, just a little bit of just a couple. Okay, I'm gonna go a little bit, tiny bit over what I need to just to fix that bottom base part. Just like a few small areas that didn't cover enough. Paint that rock in a minute as well. However, green rock would be fine if it's like a mossy colored rock. I want to let that dry a little bit. Actually, quickly, for 2 seconds, I'm just going to add a little bit more yellow into those yellow spots as well. Okay. I want her to dry so I can take a look at what the vines and everything look like once everything is dry. I think I might want to outline some of the vines that are within the leaves quickly as well, like highlight those a little bit. I'm gonna let that dry for a minute. Let's go back to our barbarian. I dumped in red. Okay, and so far, he's looking good. We have a few details, some buckles and things like that that we'll work on. But first I'm gonna just do inside the mouth. And I'm gonna use just this scar tissue inside the mouth. So there's something there. Right now it's just an empty space. I have to put a wash or something in there actually. Well, that didn't work. That kind of cleaned it out. Okay, anyways, give it a minute. For his base, so his base kind of looks like, again, it's the green with some rock and vine. So I'll use a different color green so they're not all the same green. Let's use green skin for this base. I'll put this all over and then I'll go over it with a wash and I'll maybe paint some of the vines Maybe I'll put a brown wash on it so it darkens this a little bit bright green. Okay. Let that dry. I'll do the rock and the tree separate. I'm just going to do a little bit of the detail that we have going on here. So I'm going to get a little bit of the metal. And just do some buckles and knobs and taking the oak brown. Just in these buckles. Okay. Rob says, Mel, FYI, updated the Tuesday stream to just focus on the Warbearer and no more priests. These minis obviously need more time for the detail and love you give them. That's cool. Yep. Thank you. Sorry. I'm a slow painter, I know. I'm almost done. I'm just doing the final details and then the bases on these guys. And I'm just gonna go over the edge a little bit. There are two other games I would rather play before this, and hopefully both show up this week. Oh, I see. Yogi says, yeah, I want to see one of those. Okay. Yes, Rob has been reading rules while I paint. Okay. And then I'm just going to just go over the edges of the armor and just kind of add some highlights here and there. Okay. Just gonna take this mild tone wash and just put that inside the mouth here. Okay. Then I'm just gonna quickly grab my dry brush. I just want to dry brush some of this bone very quick. Where did I put? Oh, they're right here. Right here. Whoa. Is a light lamp worth it? I think so. I really like to be, I like now since using it, I can see a lot more. I can see a lot more of the fine details. It helps me so I don't have to wear my glasses. I definitely, oh, again, I did it. I think it's worth it, yeah. Okay. Okay. And I'm just gonna take the flesh and tiny bit of white. And I'm just gonna highlight the muscles slightly for the barbarian. Or for the exile, sorry. Okay. I don't think I need any more of these washes, so I'm just going to move this out of the way. Okay, so I'm just going to do the tree branch. And for that, I'm going to use again the oak brown that I already have on my palette, or the log that's here. Okay. And then I'm going to use the Necromancer's Cloak for the rocks, which I also already have. Let that dry, and then I'll do a little bit of a dry brush to pop out some more of those vines and kind of clean it. Oh, actually, I should do this side. Okay. Okay, looking at her now that she is dry, I think I'm actually happy with the vines. So I really quickly will just take, I'm going to take, what color am I going to use? I'm going to use a little bit of the white and a little bit of the, sorry, of the green skin. And I'm going to kind of make just a highlight color that's lighter than all of the leaves. And I'm just gonna kind of, oops, wet, so it's dripping. Just gonna pull some of the lines out. I just gotta clean up that mess because it dripped. It might even still be too dark. Yeah, let's add a little bit more of this angel green to that. Just using the side of the brush and kind of highlighting just some of those vines within the leaves. That one is way too bright. I'm just going to add a few of these same vines coming out of the river in the back. I'm going to do just a solid green, just so that they kind of stand out more. Okay. I think we just got to do a dry brush on the base. And I'm going to do a dry brush of a light brown, so like a monster brown to start. And then I'm going to go over that probably with a little bit of green in some areas. This will lighten the tree a little bit. Oh. A little bit of green. Okay. And then I'm just going to take, first I'm just going to take the green wash and I'm just going to put that not have it out yet. Just on the grass part. Actually, put this on the tree as well to give it kind of like a, see what happens if I do that. Yeah, we can use it on, let's use it on the whole thing, fine. wanted to do a dry brush first so that some of the edges were a softer color, and then that might stick better. Okay, and then I just need to grab black for the base. So I'm just going to hold this up like this for now, because once I have the base painted, it's harder. This is kind of what we've gone with. Actually looks really cool. So I guess for reference, this is what we did. This is the art. I think we did pretty good. I'm just going to do a black rim around the base. Oops, come on. And for the base rims, I've just been doing them in matte black. Done. Okay, and then looking, he's all dry, he's all good. The only thing I need to do is I need to do something with the teeth. Oh, and you know what? I didn't put any kind of eyes. Oh, she has almost like a greeny blue eyes. Okay. Yeah, I just need to do some sort of teeth. I'm actually for his teeth, I'm gonna just use this corpse pale. I'm not gonna use like a pearly white. Doesn't have teeth on the bottom. Okay. And then I'm just gonna do the same thing where I just take that green, put that green wash on the base. And then we'll be able to do up his base. I might just do a quick dry brush over this base once this wash is dry, but that I will do. If I decide to do that, I'll do that later once this is all dry. We'll see what this looks like. Yeah, good call. There's no fluoride in Deepwood. Yeah, I didn't want him to be like pearly white because I already did do a quick wash inside his mouth. Okay. We just have to go over them one more time, the teeth. Just so that they stand out more. Okay. I think our barbarian is also ready for battle. Just have to do the ring around his base. Inside his mouth is bugging me. You know what? I'm just going to put a tiny dollop of Crusader skin in there, which will kind of darken it up. Okay, that's better. Okay. I don't know if you can even tell a difference. Okay. So we'll just do again the black ring around this base as well. Oops. Okay. Turn this thing off. How can I? In the right way. All right. We have our Ranger and Exile ready for battle. Oh, that's awesome. 2 done. I'm so slow. I'm gonna keep this in case I just notice any like small little things once I rest my eyes for a little bit. I might want to just do a few small little touch-ups. So it's good to keep all of those paints ready. So Rob came in the stream earlier and said that he has adjusted Tuesday's stream to just focus on one since a weeknight. It did take quite a while. 6.5 hours minus, let's say 6 hours, because there was a break and starting soon and just a little bit of chatter at the beginning. So 6 hours to do. So 3 hours per mini per character, if that's the rate that I'm going. To do 2 in a night would probably be too much for me. So he has changed that. So I will just be doing 1 on Tuesday. So that's the next one. And then we'll figure out when I'm doing the 4th one. And then from there, we'll see what happens. I may just do some off stream because saving them to do all on stream might just be too much. Or just take too long and too many weeks because we have other games that we need to play and I need to learn other games and then work and all of that. So yeah, so that was the Ranger and the Exile. I'm really excited with the way that they turned out. I'm very happy. The Ranger, I was a little bit nervous at first, but definitely liking the way that she's looking and excited to paint some of the other characters as well now. So again, Tuesday I'll be painting the War Bear, and then from there we'll paint the Priest a different night. And yeah, once we have all these ready and we've practiced and played this off stream and we've kind of figured out when this is going to fit in the calendar, then we will get this going to the table. So yeah, if you guys liked this paint stream, then please hit the like button. There is links in the description to the to the paint stream that I did yesterday if you're interested in seeing that. Thank you also for the kind words in the chat. All your looks great and all of that are super nice. Thank you. Great jobs. Thank you. Thank you. Again, if you would like to support the channel, the links to the description are in the links to that are in the description below. So thank you so much to our YouTube members and our Patreons. We really, really appreciate you. Oh, thank you so much. Dan says, great job, Mel. Your patience and attention to detail is ridiculously high. Thank you. But it's probably a bad thing because it takes me so long because of that. Yeah, it's probably a bad thing. I probably need to pay less attention to detail and just try to get them done faster. But maybe it's kind of like a mental thing that I have where I just am trying to make it perfect, where I should just kind of back it up a little bit. So we'll see if I can try to do that. But now that I've started these, I can't downgrade or else they'll look a little strange together. So anyways, I'm going to get it here. I'm going to go eat something, grab some water, clean all of this mess up. But yeah, I will see anyone that wants to join me in the next paint stream on Tuesday. But if you're interested, we are continuing our Massive Darkness 2 playthrough, which we will be playing with Kyle tomorrow. So if you're following along with that, you can join us tomorrow for that. And then other streams will be scheduled for the future. So anyways, have a great night and I will see you in the next one. Bye.